So there are 6 details in total. Or we might just have a look. We go, maybe open up that assessment. Take that drawing list. Okay. So I might just have a look, see if we've got in our share files that drawing list. Contour. Yeah, we got that. Okay, so hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to see if we can download that. I might just upload the document because we might go through this. Okay, so we might just, okay, Ewan's just joined. Oh, yeah, and Mariola too. And Ewan. Okay, guys. So if we have a look at what we've got to do, we might just go through some of these things. Hang on. Okay, what have I done? Oh, this will be D. Okay, guys, so what we'll have a look at, and hopefully you've all had a look at this, and well, I assume that you have. Okay, so we need to, this is just, there's a list of things you can tick off as you're going through. So some general observations to do with comments on drawings. So we need to have title block, drawing titles, all, you know, so North Point is essential on all plans. Scale, so we have to have a drawing title, and we have to have what the scale of the drawing is. And the scale has to be accurate. Too often students will just print a drawing to a page, and they will adjust the drawing, and it won't be the scale they claim. So make sure the scale is accurate. We've got, and then there will be relevant legends that we need to do. Now, maybe we don't need too many legends. Oh, well, actually, this is a general description. Yeah, so we'll need legends, notes and annotation, and appropriate line weight and hatching. Righto. So the cover sheet has got to have your name and my name, the unit code and the year. It also would include a drawing list. You can include a locality plan. Don't make that a complicated thing. And then you can draw on existing site information. Now, so the cover sheet has got to have just basic information. There's got to be a series of diagrams. All right. So, well, okay. So the locality plan can just be taken from, you know, if you have a look at some of the site plan information, and you might just look at the aerial. Let's see. So you can have a look at the Brisbane City Council contour drawing or the coordinate. Yeah, so this, there we go. Hang on, I'll just, wait a minute, I'll have to upload this. It says coordinates 4. Okay. So what we're going to do, hang on, I'll just download this. How do I get, how do I, so that, well, hang on, I'm just going to try and, copy link location. Yeah. Oh, well, look, I wouldn't, the thing is with the location plan, I would just put that, you can just overlay the overlay information over the aerial photograph if you want. Look, it's not as critical. I mean, the site plan is far more important than the location plan. So you just use the plan that you've got on Blackboard. So you can have a look on Blackboard, and I'm just trying to find how to download it. It's called Coordinates. Yeah, Coordinates for 13 Mountain Joy from Near Maps. Yeah, not sure why we can't download that. So it goes to it. Let's see if we can copy the image and go to Okay, add it in. Okay, for some reason I can't, okay. It's just not letting me copy it or download it. I don't know why that is on this computer. Okay, sorry. But yeah, if you go to Blackboard, there's a bit of, there's a copied near maps drawing that just shows the location of your site. So you just need, so within the location plan, you need to show the site, you need to show neighbouring sites, you need to show footpath, road, you know, but it could be the aerial photograph, and I would also just outline the buildings that are on all of the neighbouring sites. So, and I would show the 3 streets. Yeah, assessment. So, well, you just, you make your own copy of the location plan to put onto the cover sheet here. That's what it's saying. But the okay, so Cindy, it's just called Coordinates for 13 Mountain Joy, and then you just open it up, and it's just it's just you just get an aerial photograph with the sort of the lines drawn over it, and you can use that aerial photograph to actually draw to indicate where the footpath is. So one of the benefits of that drawing is it'll show you the extent of the footpath, where the boundary line is, you know, so you can see. Okay, so one of the things, obviously, Cindy, I mean, it's always worth just opening up all of those files you've got to see what information is there. Okay, so with that, and obviously, you don't need to put in a perspective, and only one if you do. So with the diagrammatic analysis, now this can go towards the back of the site. This could be with the schedules or an appendix. So you can put the diagrammed analysis at the back of the page as an appendix. We're going to have one drawing to show the site setbacks, and that's at least a plan, but it could be a sort of more, you know, it could be, in terms of the diagram, it could also be a drawing that looks like, let's see where we've got one. I'm sure we downloaded this previously, so here it is. So this is the, you know, building envelope that's in the small lot code, although that shape would be modified to fit above, you know, this is assuming a flat site, whereas your site is quite dramatic in its fall. And your site, obviously, it has, so the front back setback is 3 metres, the rear there is no rear setback, the side boundary setbacks are 1.5. So, and then the setback to the neighbour is 1 metre. Okay, so that's correct, you know, so the 1 metre is correct. So you know, so you can do a drawing like this, or at minimum, just draw a plan to show what those setbacks are and the relative height. So the benefit of this diagram, it shows the height of the setback at the side, so 7.5 at the edges to 9.5 there, and again, but also at the back of that side, 9.5 at the back too. So. Okay, so let's get back to what we need to do with the drawing list. Sorry. So we need to diagram sitebacks, response to slope and drainage. So we need to think about where water is moving So you might show with an arrow how water is going to drain away from the site. Because it is quite steeply sloping, you might have an ag pipe where water is moving towards the building, towards the wall. You might have some sort of drainage or ag pipe along that edge, but otherwise you just can indicate how water will drain across the slope. Solar access, to respond to that, we need to take sections through the building showing where sun is going to enter the building from. And okay, now to work out where the sun is coming from, we might use a hang on. Yeah, what?
So if I keep doing this with A3 sheets,
Okay.
So the diagram analysis, I remember the one.
No, well, Hoshan, you can draw it. We just need to have some locality plan. So we're just showing where the site is relative, where the site is relative to the roads and the neighbouring buildings. Okay, that's all I would show. But I'm just thinking in terms of the details. So, okay, Mariola, you will definitely have to work out the site, the slope. Okay, so there's a contour drawing. So I'll just see if I can find that for you. Yeah, so Mariola, have you seen, can you find this drawing? This is just, again, on the Blackboard site. It's called Brisbane's BBC Contour, 13 Mountjoy PDF. Okay, Mariola, because the site is important because if we zoom in, so what we're looking at, the bottom contour, if we take that bottom, so the hill, the site is sloping dramatically. Okay, so at that bottom level there, we've got the slope is, I think, at about 43 degrees. So if I'm just looking through where the, so 42, 43, so the 43 line, oh God, I can't find it. Okay, hang on, I'm just trying to find where those contour lines are coming from. So we've got, so this is 49 there. So this one here is 48. So that top surface there is 48. Let me just... So that contour is 48. That contour is 47, 46, 45, 44, 43. So the site is falling 5 metres, which is pretty steep. And again, and when we drive, if we're coming into the site and we're entering the site in here, then we're going to have to deal with the fact that the site is sloping. Now, if your site extends out to there, yeah, then again, this is the 40, then that edge there is going to end up being 48. So again, it's a little bit flatter at that point, but you're still, so we're going to, Mariola, it's really important that we work out where our level is, and we need to have relative levels, which are going to be relative to these contours. So we've got to work out whether the height of our where the height of our building is, say, I mean, if I'm looking at this one, I expect the height might be around 47, maybe a little bit less. And so we're going to have to excavate about 1 metre of that soil in there to include a driveway at that top. Okay, and Mariola, so that, I mean, one of the tricky things is, if you look at that site, actually I might see if I can, I'll just erase the, no, hang on, so I'm just going to raise these lines for the moment, but I'm just going to see if we can zoom in even a bit further. Oh, hang on. Right, so if we've got our site here, and let me just draw, so we've got our drawing, our blue line, we've got, so there's 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43. We need to think about if our driveway is in here, it's going to go all the way out to the road, so we need to go back. We need to work out. So one of the things we've got to do, we've got to work out where the footpath is. So the footpath is actually coming out here, and I think the footpath then comes down. I think it's something, yeah. So we've got to work out, we've got to draw where the sight lines are, we've got to draw where the footpath is, and then we've got to work out where our driveway is. And on that driveway, we've got to work out certain spot dimensions. So we need to know what the relative height there and there is going to be, and then how it comes onto the site, and then what the levels are at the top. So we're going to have certain RLs. So if that level there is, let's say, well, there's a contour there, but let's say it's at this point. So it's probably going to be 47.5 at that point, which is that level there. This point down here is probably 46.5, I think. The site is the slab is going to have to be sloping up this way, falling down this way, and then it's going to flatten off so that we create a relatively flat section. So yeah, Mariola, we have to sort out what the slope of the building, the slope of the land, so we know where our building is going to sit on that site. Do you mean? Okay, hang on. Yeah. Okay.
I just had a quick question.
Look, I would put the numbers on the contours. Yes, Mariola?
I actually do remember that you showed us a different way to see the contours on the Brisbane Council website.
Yep.
I just forgot how to get to that, and it's kind of because this contour thing has set me back. I've done my other work. It's just this.
Okay, so what we're doing, so where to get the contour map, so we just go, you can get into Blackboard. Yeah, so we go to Blackboard, and then if you just click on the assessment, so assessment 2. All right, so you found this contour plan? Okay, so you have, so Mariola, you can find this contour plan? Yes, okay. Yeah, well, this is the BBC one. Sorry, this is the Brisbane City Council one. So this is, I think this drawing is called, what's it called? It's called the Brisbane City Council Contour 13 Mountjoy PDF. And I just got it off Blackboard. So that was included with the drawings, so the information you needed. Okay? Yeah, so that, oh, hang on, wrong drawing. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so now we might keep going. I'm just going to go back to,
to be an architect, you need to not only understand this obviously, but it's also now drawing requirement for council solutions for planning boards. Absolutely, there's animations, it's just going non-stop this whole process.
okay, so that's, hang on.
You should be able to, with AutoCAD and hand drawers, just cut sections.
Okay, so we've been looking for our site plan. So the site plan will be at 1:200. That's really important to do, I think. We're going to show the boundaries of the site and the setbacks. We need to see the footpath and the street and the three streets. We need to show contours, and where we're doing any earthworks, we need to show the relative levels, or RL spot levels. We need to show, you might show the neighbouring building, but you need to show your proposed building and the car parking RL. Now, I must say, Cindy, you asked me about whether or not the buildings could be part of the setback. I went through all of the codes and on site and the site information, and everything leads back to the small lot code, and the small lot code doesn't, that I can see, I can't find any exemptions for a carport. So the carport would have to be inside, the roof of the carport would have to be inside the setbacks, or if you really can't fit it, then just include a driveway and have some sort of overhang over the entry, and that will be sufficient. So yes, if you need to have a carport to cover, by all means, but you have to have a driveway. So we have to be able to get a car onto the site and be able to get wheelchair access from the driveway all the way into the building. So we need to have contours and relative levels. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Look, Cindy, don't worry at this stage. So, guys, at this stage, I don't want you just changing the design. I want you to just focus on getting the drawings done. Okay? So, Cindy, just keep you don't need to have a carport, but you do have to have a driveway. So we have to have room to be able to bring the car off the street onto your property, but you don't have to have a carport. Okay? So don't modify that part of the design. So leave that as is, and let's keep working through. So with the solar access, we really just want to show sections, through the northern wall and maybe the east or west, and then show where sun might be coming into various openings, where you bring light in on maybe in winter, and whether or not you cover over it. So now you don't just draw a big yellow sun or the sun angle path as some generic thing. Cut the section through the north-facing wall. Show us what sun is going to enter that building in midday, and to work out what the solar geometry is, or what the angle of the sun is going to be at that time, we normally would use a solar path, a sun path diagram.
Yeah. But that's technically correct. But the problem is, White House is Springfield, little amazing suburb, which is right? You know,
Okay, so I'm going to, hang on, I'm just going to...
What are we going to do about this problem? This is a disaster. So you're going to run something else. Maybe you're going to run politics. So what are we going to do about it? I don't know what we're going to show. That's the problem. I'm only going to street behind it. It's going to hail this afternoon.
Oh, where am I?
So this context obviously engineer wants to maximise, get into the downgrade, thinking about the people we're going to use. The second one, immediate, what you've got to watch out for these people right here, and they're complicated as well, because we thought we had it all sorted. Now, it's a very good question. So,
oh, jeez.
Just, what do you want to do? What do you no, don't cover, but you're just looking at the cabinets.
Okay, look guys, I'm trying to download a sun path diagram from Brisbane. Now I have got one, but unfortunately it's not letting me download it. God, I hate the fact that you have to upload everything we've got. Share content, we might. Okay, so look, one of the things I could do, we could just, hang on, I'll just see, I've got the, hang on. Well, look, I might even, okay, look, just to show you what you can do for that, I might just, might have a go at just sharing, rather than sharing, we might share screen, select window screen.
Good question.
Okay, you're sharing the application. No, I don't want to share that. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm trying to share. Well, I'm trying to share a sun path diagram for Brisbane and just show you, but you can look that up. What you can do, I might even see, can I download that? can't copy that. Copy image. Okay. Let's see if I can upload this.
Clawing your way out of this first assignment, you need to pass the year. You need to be diagrams for the country. So, what we've got here is this is diagrams. Maybe show the property boundary. Simple. Just do the building outline. Just show the setbacks are.
Okay, cancel. Look, I can't download the sun path diagram, but that's incredibly frustrating, but hang on. Oh, well, let's see. What that's in document 1. Why can't I download that?
You're not cutting in some of your putting, just putting it on. Not cutting it, touching the ground. We want to do you're all on posts, so nothing underneath. Yeah, I think I'm trying to do it up, so you can do it but again, I have people go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's, sorry, I'm having difficulties trying to share any documents with you. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, but Cindy, I don't have an exemplar of the assignment with me to show. But what I would just sort of what we again for that, just if we go back to if we go to the solar axis, what would be good is to have just a diagrammatic section. Well, it would be to scale, but it's, say 1:200 section, or could be 1:100 section, which just is showing maybe through the north-facing wall, or possibly east or west, but showing where the sun is coming into the building. Now, if it's on the north side, a window's on the north side, then you would have it sun coming in, shows sun coming in from at noon, in the middle of winter, in the middle of summer, and in the equinox. And again, you can just go have a look for a sun path diagram, and that will give you a little circular diagram. It'll show you the elevation of the sun at certain times of the year, and it'll show you the direction of where the sun is. So you can then, in the section, you can just show where the angle of the sun is in the top of the date, and then Yeah, yes, okay, yes, those, but I suppose those don't show necessarily what the, they don't show, well, have a look. I might just see if those drawings actually do have, I'll see if those drawings do actually have, the Grant Chapman drawings actually have the window, sun angles drawn on them.
Just have a look at that diagram up there.
Just quickly,
it'll be like just a hatch showing this sort of hatch in this particular instance.
yeah, okay. So sorry, I've just opened up those drawings.
Yeah, so you know the retaining wall details where there's like drain behind
Can we just use? Well, look, it's good. It's the thing about the solar geometry is it can actually show you what the accurate dimensions are.
You might have a retaining wall here in plan or behind the retaining wall.
So for the section drawings, I haven't quite got to those yet, but yeah, Okay. For the section drawings, I will come to those in a moment. Yes. But yeah, look. Okay. We'll. If you have to, we draw them by hand. But look, ideally, we're going to be able to show what the detail within the diagrams.
See that retaining wall, okay? I don't know if we've got the retaining wall details. Yes, a lot of work. Do you remember those retaining wall details that you've got? Yeah, so have a look in the section. There's a little.
Okay.
That's the agro. Did you see everything? See what's sent through?
So I'm just going to go. We're going. Let's go back.
They're not perfect hands to retaining walls.
Share file. Okay.
Scissors out, Photoshop, do whatever you want to, just make it work to your project. You see that there's the agro. The same here was the retaining wall in our project.
Where is this? Okay, drawing list. Sorry.
So that height would go behind the wall.
So just going back. If we go, the site plan is vital, okay? Okay, we've got our setback analysis diagram, we've got the drainage diagram, we've got solar access, a section through the building showing where the sun comes in winter and summer versus winter, and the equinox. Now the accessibility to visitable areas, that will be a floor plan, and that might show the ground floor. It shows how you move in from the footpath, from the driveway all the way into the building. It shows where it's ramping, whether there's any sort of little water drains or some things you have to jump over. It shows any slopes or falls. It shows the width of the doorway and the whole entry area. So, and then it shows any critical dimensions, and then it might show the overall dimensions of, say, the bathroom, that sort of thing. So we're gonna show. It's just going to show how what areas comply with the disability code. And then a little diagram to show the load-bearing structure. And that's just identifying the primary and secondary structure that's supporting the floors. So it's just, and we're stripping everything else back and just showing that key. Again, it can be plan and section sort of diagram to indicate how all that works. Now, the site plan is vital. It's really important drawing. So I'm hoping you've all had a go at doing the site plan, but we need to have so we need to show the site. We need to show the site boundaries and their setbacks. We need to show the footpath and the streets. We need to show contours and the relative levels, spot levels of the driveway and those sorts of things. Again, showing the building, the basic floor, internal floor level and the car park level, you know, so, but that's the driveway essentially. Now the dimensions, you don't necessarily show the dimensions of the building, but you would show the setbacks. So we need to show the dimensions, how far the building is set back from the boundary line. We would show those dimensions. Now, the actual dimensions of the building, we would just put that on the floor plan. We need to show the location of downpipes with the roof line and roof slope indication. So we need to show basically the roof over the floor. Connections to infrastructure. So now, I would stick to just showing how the location from where the toilet is, show that you might show a dotted line from the position of where the toilet might be in plan, just to show that that going out to where the sewer line is, and we might show also where the stormwater drain, where water goes from the gutter to the downpipe, connecting, and we connect those up and we take it to the stormwater. So I think, let's see if Grant Chapman's got that. You can just, hang on, I'll just...
Not necessarily the load. How would you describe load? To me, it's small load points.
Hang on. Oh, look, I'll just... Let's see.
What is that load?
You know, so let's have a look at this site plan. Okay, so well, we don't actually. So we've got contours, but and all of those contours have got numbers. So the height of the contour is indicated. So in this case, the contour goes from 23, 24, and then 25, 26, 27. Now they've also got the sort of cut and fill line, but you know, but you can see here where we've got the sort of a sort of drain and a downpipe. So we've got a gutter, we've got a downpipe, and then from that downpipe we've got a drain. We've got indicated the position of a stormwater drain, and then that goes all the way around and then out. So that connects, and so you just say, well, stormwater to connect to the sort of stormwater drain. Yeah, stormwater pipe to connect to stormwater drain, and equally we might just, I see if we located the sewer line. Yeah, so the sewer is here, so that's where, now it doesn't actually indicate, so you might just dot in where the pipes and things might go to go to the sort of sewer work. So that would show, and that would be your basic services. If you can show me stormwater and sewer, that would be sufficient. So we've just, and then they've just, you can see the things, they've got the sewer, you know, the type of line for the sewer. Okay. So so this is giving you, and obviously you can see north points. Yeah, but so let's go back. Hang on, I'll have to close that, go back again.
Can you draw that? Yeah.
Okay, so we've got, so connections to infrastructure, the street, okay. Pathways, landscaping element, if you want. Now, again, in this case, it's not critical to actually show the landscaping elements. Site section will need to show cut and fill if that is relevant. And then annotation of surfaces, materials and elements. So we need to show the buildings, so all of the components, all of the parts, if there's a retaining wall, if you're including a fence, fence line or something, indicate that with annotation, show that on the drawings, okay? So just as a general guide, are there any questions just about the requirements for the site plan? So if you haven't already got a set of drawings that you're looking at, I'd have a look at Grant Chapman's drawings and then seeing if you can translate that onto your own. But okay, so with schedules, now the schedules can go at the end, and you can combine a window and door schedule. Now, I mean, if you're really motivated, you could have a joinery schedule, but that's going to be complicated. So maybe if you just have a window and door schedule would be sufficient. And I'll sort of see now. Now I don't think Grant has a window schedule with him. The only problem is I'm trying to think. I don't know if I can download a window schedule. I'll see if I can find. Yeah, okay. Hang on, what's the beginning? Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, look, I can't find anything there. Oh, look, guys, okay, so, well, let's actually, I might see if I can find an example online. Let's see if we can find, yeah. Hang on, I'm just going to see. Oh, shoot. Okay, look, yeah, look, I mean, you can look up online for a window and door schedule. What you've got to do for the just for the schedules, we'll go through. What we've got to do for the schedules, we've just got to identify every window and door on the plan and in sections and in elevations, and we've got to number those. So we just have, you know, window 1, 2, 3, 4, door 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to put all those together on a sheet. We're going to draw an elevation at 1:50 of those window and door schedules, and it will be 1:50, and then we've got to indicate what the materials, so what's the type of door. So the dimensions, description of the materials, so whether it's fixed glass or it's louvers or what the frame is made of. So we normally would show the frame, we show the leaf, the door leaf, and then we show, you know, whether there's an opening in it, whether there's sort of glazed opening or other things. So we just, again, and there's plenty of examples online of how to do a window and door schedule, but unfortunately, just with the copying rights, I just can't download anything and upload it here to these things. It's just a bit frustrating at the moment. But I think, so having a window and door schedule is important. And the first thing is just to identify all of the openings in your building, and then, you know, number each of the windows and doors, and then just make a corresponding document with a drawing, just an elevation of all of the windows and doors, all put together, with, you know, maybe the ground floor line as something to show the relative heights of all those elements. So we have a roof plan, which is going to show, again, 1:100. Now, with the roof plan, you're going to show the floor materials. No, you don't show the structure that's supporting it. You're just showing the outside surface. So it's going to have all of the. So if we go, well, I'll just go through this first, and we'll show. So you're going to show the boundary dimensions. You're going to show the roof fall, the locations of gutters and downpipes. You've got to show what the sheet material is. So the example. Now we do have an example of a roof plan. So this is a site plan, yes, but it's also including a roof plan. So we can see the sheet material, we can see the ridge cap. So there's the ridge cap. Here is the sheet material. It's falling this way 15 degrees, falling that way 30 degrees, 15 degrees, and that's falling 10 degrees that way. We can see we see the ridge, we see the edge cap, so that there's a sort of perimeter flashing, and we can see the gutter that's along, and then at the ends of and then there's a downpipe that lines up with the building. You can also see within the roof plan where the footprint of the building is outlined under that. So it's dotted in, okay? So all of that information can go 1:100 on a roof plan. So the lot boundary doesn't fit on the sheet, so I'm not kind of like the roof is. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So in some ways that, yeah. Okay. So, so if you can't fit the boundary, the plans at 1:100. If you can't fit the site boundary on that's okay. I'm not too worried about that. Just in which case, just show the plan without the boundary then. So and I suppose now Okay, so so we've got the floor plan. Let's keep going. We're going to go. Let's go back to. So we've got the floor plan. So we need to show, now most of you are probably going to have just one floor plan, but some will have two. I don't know that there's too many people with more than two plans, but we need to show all of the floor plans. And again, we need to show the detail, so we need to show the cross, so within the floor plan, we need to indicate where the sections, elevations and details are taken. So for cross-referencing, so we need to, so where we will need to indicate, okay, where is the section cut through? We need to identify little markers to show which elevations we've got, detail, and then where we're cutting our detail through, indicate on the plan. We will include some basic dimensions, dimensions of the overall and dimensions of the room, of the wall layouts. We need to include relative levels, particularly on something like the driveway. We need to show where the main entry is. We need to show all doors, stairs, and we need to, and the direction. Now, with the directional thing, always show the arrow pointing up for a set of stairs. We have room names on all rooms. We have door swings and window swings when appropriate. Door and window identification with cross-rep. So that's, we need to identify the doors and windows, and that corresponds to the same number on the doors and windows corresponds to the door and window schedule. And then any sort of fixed joinery or bathroom fixtures will be included. I would not include loose furniture. Just anything that's not part of the contract, I would get rid of that. So just whatever is fixed. So fixed joinery and bathroom, so that will include the kitchen, toilet, bath, and anything that is attached to the building. And then you have to annotate all of the surfaces and finishes and any sort of details that you need. So you just need to show all of the materials and then all of the elements from windows, joinery and fixtures. Okay? So, and again, if we see a floor plan, let's have a look at a floor plan to show how that works. We might just hang on. So, this is a typical floor plan. So here you can see, so every room has a name. You could even give it a number. You can see all of the surfaces are given materials. So the living room is tongue and groove. Where walls don't go all the way to, you indicate that that's a partial wall. We can see windows. In this case, this is window 1. Hang on, that says window 1 and that says window 1. Hang on, okay. Oh no, sorry, level 1. Right, sorry. So that's, yeah, so that's an identification marker for the window. So every window we need to identify. Windows, that's a door marker. So you just essentially identifying all those. You're showing stairs, and again the arrow always goes up. Arrow goes up, and then the fixed elements like the kitchen, cupboard. In this case, so every one of these window markers is so we've got a window here and here and in here, and then we've got dimensions. And where possible, keep as much of the dimensions away from from the actual sheet. So like this, you know, have the dimensions off to the side. Okay, so that's showing all of the relevant. Now this also includes things like the downpipe up against the wall. So we can see here where the downpipe is, another downpipe, you know, so where that's coming in from the edge of the roof. Yeah, so this is a good drawing. It shows all of the information you need to have on your drawing. Okay, so that's a good example. And you've got, of course, got your north point and you've got a title. Okay. So let's, I might go back to the, so we've got all of our floor plans. With the elevations, we need to see, so with the elevations, we need to see the ground line, and we want to see within the elevation, we want to see the elevation of the site at the boundary, and we need to also be able to see where the level of the ground is, where the building touches the ground. So you start, when you draw an elevation, you start by drawing an elevation of the site boundary, showing the height of the land at the site boundary. And then you show the building set behind. And you may even dot in where the rear boundary is, or the boundary that's further back from you. So we need to show those boundaries, and then we can see where, you know, when we see the boundaries, hang on. Yeah, so what we're going to show, so it's dimensioned, Cindy, so it is dimensioned, so you will see room sizes, and you'll also see what the floor finishes are. So in that example I showed, that all the floor finishes, so the title of the room was, say, living room, and then the floor finish was tongue and groove. So that's just tongue and groove floorboards. So just timber floorboards. So yes, you will indicate what the floor finishes are, but you can just write that as a description. If you want to, you can draw tiles or things within a bathroom, but you do need to, I would just annotate what those materials are. And then see whether sometimes just using a hatch will just complicate the drawing. So, put on a title and then put on the floor finish and then just see how many hatches you need to communicate. So we do need to we will show actual sizes, and now the ceiling height. No, okay, no, you don't need to show the square metre. No, you just need to show within the dimensions. The dimensions will show what the width and the length of the room should be, of all of the rooms, showing and showing what the thickness of the wall frame is. So we normally measure the size of a room from the structural thickness of the wall. So if it's a stud wall, the wall's going to be 90 thick. We don't worry about the thickness of the sheeting material or the thickness of the plasterboard. We just measure the room. The measure is from the surface of the structure to the surface of the structure. So we don't show, we're not calculating the thickness of the plasterboard. That goes onto the structural frame. So we show the thickness of the structural frame, is what I'm saying. Okay. Okay, so So with the elevations, we've got the boundaries and setback. Elevations don't need a lot of dimensions. It's just the floor height, so it's just vertical dimensions. If there are any, there shouldn't be horizontal dimensions on the elevations. I'd put those on the plan, and any critical heights, I would stick those on the sections. So generally speaking, the elevations don't have a lot of dimensions on them. We do show floor levels and other required RLs. We show the, and again, the car park location and whatever RLs, if there are external stairs, and again, we're going to be able to see, but also, within the elevations, we're going to see, if there's any retaining walls, if there's any fences, other elements. So we also need to show, on the elevations, we need to show windows and doors. We need to identify all of those. Connection to the ground level. Now, we don't put in dimensions every height of every post. We just need to show what is the height of the floor level, show where is the ground or the contour, the height of the contour, and the builder can then calculate, or they'll just work out what the relative height of each of those are. Once they know the slope of the ground and what the height of the floor is, establishing the height of the floor is critical. We have roof pitches, and the locations of gutters and downpipes are definitely in the elevations. Annotation of materials, so within the elevations we need to identify all of the materials that are used, and so all of the openings and elements and all of the materials. That's all. With a section, again, we've got a minimum of 2 sections, but I suspect some people might have more than 2 sections. So it might be up to 3 or 4 sections, depending on what you need to cut through to show. And again, we need to see, just like the elevations, we need to see the boundaries and setbacks. We're going to see vertical dimensions. We need to identify windows and details. We need to have floor, ceiling, finished floor levels, other required floor level, relative levels. Any covered car park. Well, the thing is, if you don't have a covered car park, don't worry about it. We just need to see, but we do need to see in elevation, we'll see the extent of the driveway and any RLs associated with that. Any pathway and reshape, so pathways, contours, we need to show the existing ground line and any proposed ground line, existing contours and any proposed contours. And then if there's any other landscape elements, we can see in sections, the roof overhang and gutter, stairs, and then room names with floor levels. And then relationship to the ground level. So now I'd also say the sections at 1 to 100 will basically show the basic, what the structural elements are. So we'll be able to show. So if we've got a timber floor, we'll see the exposed joists and bearers. Now hang on, let me go back again. Is that still the same? Yeah, sections, right. So we're still looking at sections. We've got the identification of elements and annotation of any constructional systems, footings, slabs, joints, rafters, cladding, indicative of those that get expanded in the details, and we need to identify, annotate all materials used that are appropriate, any fixed joinery or fixtures, So if we go again, let's have a look. So here we go. Let's just show some of these things. So here's an illustration. Here's an example of the elevations, and you can see where the ground line is. You can see the existing level of the existing ground line, natural ground line, where they're cutting through. We can see, so this is showing the building's setup. We can see the materials, and again, and we've identified what are the windows. So that window identification describes that window, these windows, that identification is that windows, that one describes this window, and I think that is describing this funny window in here. And again, all of the various materials are described, what the type of, sheet material is, and we've got, but you can see the height, the actual vertical dimensions are relatively minimal. So we've got we've got ground line, we've got the relative height of the building, so we've got all of that information, and you can see there's not a lot of vertical dimensions, but every material is described, all of the openings are identified. And if we go then have a look at a section, we can see, we identify where the details are that we're going to draw, so that we're drawing that detail, we're looking at that floor detail, looking at that roof junction. Now, in your case, you might also, you could look at that overhang there, or in this case, it was that overhang over here. You could also detail that stair element. You could look at that retaining wall element. And in this case, in the opposite direction, you've also got that sectional detail there. So this is, it's showing all the different elements, and you're just looking to show, and you can see in this direction, in the top section, we've got the joists, and then bearers are sitting under, and then in this case, the bearers are flush with the joists. So we've got some joists, bearers actually in line with the joist, others that are sitting under. So this joist is then continuous, and then it stops at that point. And then you can see where in here, where it's cut through. So that section B is cut through there. And this is a section, so that is a section cut line. And this B section here, so we can see it's cutting through there. Now, it's cutting and looking this way. So we can see where these joists are basically in the same plane as the bearer. If it was cutting this way, you would see the bearer would sit under this. You'd see the bearer would be further under. Oh, no, hang on. Sorry, let's go back. Yeah. So the bearer would sit under there. So you can see what the section is doing here. The section allows me to see all of the structural elements. I can see the footing, I can see the posts, the bearers, the joist running in this direction. I can see the floorboards, I can see the stud frame. I can see a beam that's running, a roof beam over, which is that beam in here, and then I can see the joists, the rafters coming down, and I can see the floor, the wall actually coming up to meet the underside of that beam. Okay. So, so that's a good example of a section. So these are the two sections. It's a good set of drawings to refer to if you get. So now, Cindy, you were asking a question about how much we need to draw. So in the sections, you need to show all of the different structural elements. We need to show how the building sits in relation to the ground. We need to show, and then what are all the different layers or elements of structure that hold that building up. and then what are all the different materials in that building. So yeah, so so Cindy, these are a good set of sections just to show you what you need to do. And you can see in the sections Grant has actually named all the rooms. So rooms are named and windows are given a particular identity. Now I don't know, it's not that one, but I think that's an open hallway. It's not a door. What is? Okay, so let's keep going. All right, drawing list is what we want. Okay, now with the details, probably a few things to look at here, because I want to have a go. Hopefully we can just see, I'd like to see as many people as we can just to confirm what drawings that you want to do for the details. But so the first one is a sort of detailed plan and section of an identifiable visitable space. Now, you don't have to include the front entrance. So it could be the bathroom. So we just need to have one. It's going to include a plan and section. Now, the other thing is the details are going to be drawn at, I think, 1:20. Now, I think somebody was showing me before there's, we're not drawing 1:10 or 1:5. So the details will be 1:20. We'd have one sheet would have a plan, a detailed plan and section for say a wheelchair accessible bathroom or some other wheelchair accessible space. And then within the sections, we're going to have, rather than just, so it's going to be how elements meet. So we're going to have a roof section. It's going to show, it's going to show the roof, how the roof meets the wall, or roof, wall, window frame. Now, then you might also have another detail that shows the wall, floor, and then some sort of footing detail, So we're just going to show all of those different elements for each of the different requirements. Again, and so I think it's just going through. Now, if you have a stair, you can actually do a detail of the stair. But again, we'll work through the sections and you should be able to identify what are the elements you want to show. So the thing is, we're not showing just isolated minor elements like handrails or just a gutter on its own. We need to show how one element connects with another element. So if we go back to the drawing example we had, hang on. So, there's an example of a detail. I mean, again, this is that's actually 1:10, but you could do it at 1:20. Here's a sort of stair detail of a little set of stairs. Again, this is 1:20, and that's the level of detail we'd be expecting. And again, we're just showing the elements, and then we're showing some notation. We're indicating what these different materials are. So we've got a footing, we've got a stirrup fixing, we've got a post, we've got a stringer and a series of stair treads, and then we've got some sort of balustrade. And the balustrade have, you know, a maximum distance. We indicate the height of the balustrade, you know, and then all those different materials. So again, we're showing how the balustrade, how the stair connects to, you know, the wall of the building. Okay, now, and then when we show, you know, so that might be a stair detail. Grant's got another little stair detail here to show how the, you know, how the, so in this case it's all enclosed, you know, so we've you know, got all of the sort of elements that make up that stair, plus the window, plus a handrail. So all of those elements are sort of coming together. As I say, this is 1:20, but this detail, look, this is probably more than one detail, so that's not one detail. I would say this drawing could make up 3 or 4 details. So we've got this little section at the top here. So you could choose, that would be one detail. Okay, that would be another detail. That would be another detail, and you could argue, you know, maybe that is another detail. So, you know, this, so you could just show, so in this case, what you're showing is how various elements come together. So this is 2 roofs meeting with a clear story window, and then where the line of the ceiling is. So it's showing the connection between the wall and the 2 different roofs. This detail is showing, again, a roof with the with an outrigger to hold up the edge of that roof. It's showing a gutter, and then it's showing the sort of the timber frame, and there's the window that sits within that frame. This one's showing the floor. You've got the bearer, you've got joists, you've got posts on a stirrup footing, a metal footing, and then you've got these sort of concrete footings. Okay, so you just, yeah, so all of that. Now Grant's put this all in one drawing, but you could, yeah, you could nominate those. So you can go through your plans and look at the type of drawing. What sort of details is the best to show? But there's some good examples of how you go about doing that. And as I say, this drawing is a 1:10 drawing, but in some ways, if you're drawing that on a computer, you can do it at 1:20 and it will be fine. But it's just showing how all of those different materials all come together. It's showing how, you know, it's showing where the plane of insulation is in the roof, where there are battens, then where there is an exposed rafter, yeah. So all of that sort of information. So again, some examples of how to go about doing some of those details, or what sort of information is required in those details. Okay, so let's go. What else? So with the details, now with the framing, it actually says overall understanding of roof and wall and floor framing, actual framing drawing, useful but not required. So, okay, if you haven't, I mean, if you're confident, you can do sort of framing plan by all means. A roof framing plan, a floor framing plan, Now, normally we don't need to show wall framing for a stud wall framing plan, but yeah, it's up to you if you want to do that. But again, 9 and 10. Okay, yeah. So you can, I mean, again, if you think you need another drawing, by all means, but again, the focus has got to be.
So this system is an application.
So we've got to start, I think, you know, we've got to make sure we have a workable site plan, and then we've got to work up our floor plans, elevations and sections. Then we work up our details. Then we can draw the window and door schedules. Then we do our diagrammed analyses. And then we're basically, and then we just finish off whatever we've got left to do.
Essentially, you have to get out and research with details. Do you know what they look like? Do you have an idea on?
Okay, so I've been talking a lot. So have we got some questions, and is everyone confident with what details to draw? Or are there any other questions?
Because some of the ugly designs I've ever seen from Revit, they just looks like a train wreck. And then also some of the others, hand-drawn assignments are equally as train wreckages. So one doesn't look as not an advantage over the other. The take home is do the best you can, focus on excellence in the drawing.
So how is everyone going? How many people, just out of interest, how many people have had a go at doing some details? Yes, Ewan?
I just want you to keep in the back of your head that always try and be the best.
I'm actually doing two details.
Right. So, Ewan, do you want to show us your details?
Okay. Basically, these are all the roof detailings. One is connect to the gutter, one is connect to my arch roof.
Okay, now hang on. I'm just trying to understand all of these different hatching. Okay. So let's go through these details. So what? So we've got a steel purlin. So hang on. What do we? Let's go through. So first thing I would say, Ewan, is where you've got your arrows. It's difficult to see what the arrows are actually pointing at because all the arrows are sort of mixed up. So just I'd have the arrows off to one side so we can just see what the arrows are pointing to.
Okay.
So we've got plywood shell roofing now, and then steel shell roof. Yeah. So the steel is on the outside, right?
Yeah. It's
and then
the roofs.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is, the roofing is the outside material. So the plywood shell is called the lining. It's a ceiling. It's not roofing.
Okay.
Okay, and we just got to learn how to spell purlin. P-U-R-L-I-N.
Okay, I recall.
Okay. So we've got. So I think, and I mean, actually, it's going to be tricky to show how that worked. But We've then got this sort of steel beam. So at the moment, the difficulty is I'm struggling to understand how all those elements. So again, I would make these details 1:20, and I would show more information. So the details are not, they're tiny little ones. I would make the details 1:20.
Okay, I get it.
The site plan.
Yeah, I will change to 1:20 scale later and show.
Yeah. And then, okay, so we're just looking. So we've got the steel beam, and then we've got a glass roof, and we've got a metal roof. So hang on, the glass is under the metal roof. So the thing is, Ewan, the problem with the drawing is at the moment I just can't tell what all the what is the connection between the bits, because the hatching shows everything coming together.
Okay.
And it's not clear how one element is separate. Sorry?
I will modify some hatching later. Yes, because I just want to show all the materials in these detailed drawings, because most of things are made by steel, plywood, and glass. So yeah. Yeah,
I know. So the difficulty is it's hard to know where one material finishes and another begins. You know, like they all come together. So, and the hatching makes it a little bit obscure what the different materials are. So look, I'll show you again one of the. We'll come back to this. Well, I just think I will come back, but I just think if we need to articulate what are each of the different elements. So is the steel beam, what sort of steel beam? Is it a box, square, hollow section?
Sorry, which one?
So, well, is that a steel beam?
Yeah, it's steel beam.
Okay, so what sort of section is it? So it's not an I-beam, it's a square hollow section?
Basically it's a square. It's
okay.
A square beam.
So with this, but how big is that element? Because if we've got, I'm just trying to understand what are the dimensions here? So, because this is, you know,
do you mean I should put dimensions in the detail level?
Well, no. Well, you don't have to. No, you don't have to show dimensions, but we just have to draw it accurately, because you've got so you've got a steel shell. So this is a section of steel in here. And then you've got some steel purlins running in that direction, and in that direction, and in that direction. And then you've got glass, some steel, some sheet roofing, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand how they all fit together. So does that mean, so how thick is that roof? You know, so it looks like the steel member is very wide, because isn't that roof, aren't these purlins quite deep? Aren't they like 150 millimeters?
I couldn't remember it.
So how did you know how big to make that steel beam?
I just made all the structure, all the shell roof can fit in the beam. So yeah. So the beam is basically I make up the dimensions.
Okay, but I suppose, yeah. So a couple of things we need to see how the elements are separated. So at the moment, everything is sort of joined with the one hatch. So it looks like, you know, all of that is one material.
Basically, they are made by one material. They are just made by steels.
Yeah. Okay, but this is where, well, we're just trying to understand how all these things come together, what they're, you know, how they're made and how they're all joined. So we need to show them what are they as separate elements. So what are the elements that make up these things?
Okay.
Okay, and it might be, so, you know, it might be that we do have a steel section and maybe there is, you know, some sort of, you know, steel structure or something. The purlins are attached to those steel section. You know, they're welded to a lug or something that's attached to that. And then we've got our roofing, you know, sheeting material that comes out over. And we've got some sort of then timber lining that I might have to draw in a different colour. That sort of, you know, plywood lining in there. Okay, and then, so the water is sort of running off that edge, and then, you know, maybe we've then also got, you know, maybe we've also got some sort of gutter that gets attached or fixed to there, you know, and then maybe that steel beam has, you know, some other structure or something. And then we've got, yeah, we've got, you know, I think, does he have this sort of the next structure has a different, so we might have a glazed roof.
Yeah.
So the roofing sits over, but surely the roof goes, you know, and then we might have some other, you know, or, I don't know, batten or something in, you know, and we might have some other structure in here, and then maybe there's another beam or something, steel beam, that, and then, so we've got these two columns side by side. You know, so we're just looking at how all those elements are going to work. So, yeah, and then maybe we need to show with line work the elements we're cutting through in a darker line. So those bits we're cutting through. These bits, you know, are cutting through. Those bits we'll see there. Now, and maybe there has to be a, you know, some sort of door swing or frame. Or hang on, that shouldn't be a black line. Hang on, can I go back one? Sorry, okay. Oh, look, I might see if I can just do the eraser. You know, so we are then showing, okay, we can then show so we can distinguish what are the different materials that we're using, what are the different elements, because at the moment, in the drawing you've got, it's just really hard to tell what are the elements that we're drawing. So we need to just sort of show what are all of those sort of bits and components. So this, in this case, there's that timber lining on that inside edge. Yeah. So, you know, and how we develop. So we need to separate the elements and then show how they get joined. Because if I go back and just erase this one,
okay.
it's just, so the problem at the moment is it's just really hard to know what these different materials are because we've got this material, that material is very similar to this one, you know, and this material is continuous with that material. So we don't know where it all ends. It's like we're making the building out of just one piece of steel, and you know, it's all being, you know, so just articulating what all of the elements are doing.
Yeah, I understand now, and just separate all the elements.
Yeah.
And it's used a different height to represent the elements. Yeah. Definitely, I will finish later.
Okay. But we're also going to see, so the other thing is, so Ewan, so this is one detail with roof elements, but we're also going to need a footing. So we need to show the footing on this side for the steel. And then what about the other side, where we've got those solid block walls? Or is it, I mean, I think Richard Lepastre, doesn't he uses some sort of retaining wall, isn't it? I mean, it might be, is it earth? Is it rammed earth, or is it just sort of blockwork or masonry? So, you know, we might need to show where the masonry sits on a footing into the ground. And then how, you know, how a slab might get made, because he does actually put a slab on that. But you know, if the building is elevated, then maybe this, you know, we've got to think about saying, well, what if there's a slab, or what, you know, do we show a slab that's going to sit above, or in fact, do we just then say, well, we might get rid of the slab of the floor, and instead we might sort of show, okay, so what we might do instead, because if it's elevated above the ground, it might not make sense to make it a slab. So we might then just say, well, if we've got our floor at that height, then, you know, we might have our joists, and then we might actually just put a ledger or something under to support those joists. So the joists are spaced every 6 meters. So, and then we might, you know, the wall is then going to get cut all the way down, gets dropped down all the way down to where the floor is, and it deals with the slope. You know, so we can just sort of think about how we're going to deal with that sort of masonry edge. So, yeah, but well, look, we've got plenty of details to do. So I would look at the footing for that sort of masonry or whatever it is, the solid bits that you're showing, how they sit in the ground. I would look at the roof element, look at the edges of these roof frames. So there's plenty of sections or areas that you can develop. So just in that one section, you could probably come up with about 4 details. Do we have any other?
These are my elevations.
Okay. So tell me, hang on, these elements. So what is happening here and here?
This is topographies.
Right, the topography, okay. But do we need to show that? So if that's where the ground line is, Do we need to show all that under there?
Actually, no. Actually, no. I can show you another elevation. So you can see obviously this one.
Right, this is a section. So, okay, so tell me what's happening in this section.
Actually, I cut a few. Sorry.
So what height is this?
Which one?
Yeah, okay. So one of the things we're going to need to do is show what those levels are relative to the contours. So remember how we talked about the contour lines being, so the contour lines, the bottom level is about 43.
Yeah.
And the top level is what, 48? So we need to show relative to the contours, what is that level? So the level's not going to be 0. It's going to be, it could be 46.5. It could, we need to work out what that level is. So, and then I'm just looking at all of this. I'm thinking, okay, so what material is this? What is that material?
It's made by concrete slab.
Right. So what is this material?
I can't remember.
The thing is, that material looks like concrete. So why is that material different from this material?
Because one is exposure to the outside, because here is car porch. One is interior floor finishes. I think this part material is I think this part material is made by timber.
So is that a timber floor there? So, okay, so,
yeah.
Well, the thing is, it looks like concrete. So all of this looks like concrete. So what material, so we need to work out what are these different materials. So if that's a slab on ground, then, we need to work out, first of all, what is the level, and also, where is so we need to think about where is the footpath, and then where is the street. So, and if all of that is flat, how do we get from the street onto the driveway?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another sections.
Whoa. So hang on, what are we doing down? Why are we going down so far? So okay, so this is the elevation of Rutland Street.
Let me think. I couldn't remember.
Okay, so the thing, Ewan, we do need to tell us what elevation it is. So in the drawing, we need to see what parts are what. But also, I would say then, if that is, you know, so because I'm trying to, because the thing we need to know is like the first thing we need to understand is where is the ground line. So if that's the street edge, we need to know, you know, if that is the existing property. Oh, hang on. If that line is the existing ground line, we then need to know, okay, so how are we negotiating these levels? So how does the car get from that level up to here? So is the driveway sloping down at a certain point? How wide is that driveway? And then where does it slope down? So it might be that we need to think about, you know, part of that driveway sloping down, and then it carts down, and it, you know, so it's going to look a little bit like this, and then it's going to come, and then you'll see the elevation up to that driveway. You know, so essentially we're going to be, you know, so we need to work out what all of these levels are. So, because basically, you know, we've got a flat driveway, right? But our slide, the street is sloping like that. So the question is, how do we take the car? So we've got to connect these things. We've got to work out, how do we connect that slab to this and that slab to here? So we've got to allow for what is that for, and then we've got to think, okay, how do we, you know, how do we get adjust where the footpath is?
Yeah. I couldn't.
You know, in order to,
I couldn't consider the level of street.
Okay. The thing is, Ewan, part of the requirements for accessibility is that we have to be able to get a car onto the site.
Okay, yeah. I will fix that.
Yeah.
That
so it is
lots of sense.
Yeah. But I'm also thinking, do we need to go? So this is a very, you know, this is a deep floor. So why are we going down this deep? Because if we have a wall here, what happens to under this space? Because I'm just wondering, is it better just, you know, like Ewan, do we need all of this under here?
Yeah, because okay.
I think I understand. So okay, this is at the back of the house. So this is the Mount Joy Street.
Yeah. It's the back of the house.
Okay,
Because
so
here is
I think we
street
also
level.
need to see. Yeah, we need to see how that works. Okay, so you're not actually building in under. This is just the elevation. Yeah, right. Okay. So, Ewan, we just need to see where that land is falling to. So we have to work out what the levels there. So we need to work out those levels. So the same that we've got the blue line. You know, we just need to work out, because I think that site's falling this way slightly. You know, and then this side of the street, and then we might even show where that property, you know, the natural ground line bit there. Yeah, and then, yeah, okay. So this retaining wall, now do we need a retaining wall that's that deep? Or can we, you know, so where's the length of that retain? So presumably that part is going to just be the natural ground line down there. So just, yeah, I think showing where that the fall of that natural ground line is, and where then all those stairs work. So let's keep going. Oh, actually, just let's go back one. Oh, right. So we've got our site plan. So this is where we need to show. We need to show the street. Now, all of these dimensions, we can just put that on the plan. So this, you know, that can go on the floor plan. That can go on the floor plan. That goes.
I have questions about the dimensions because our floor plan is the scale of our floor plan is 1:100. If I put the dimensions, then
well, yeah, okay. I want you to keep it 1:100. You could probably flip. You could turn the floor plan on its side. Yeah, yeah. We can make that. You can make that work. Okay. So we need to, but just in terms of the details.
Okay.
You know, straight away we can see, right, I can see that we need to have a detail. We're going to have a detail through there that's going to cut through. There's going to be some sort of retaining wall in there. And we've got a slab. We can have a detail through there and maybe line it up with a detail through there. We can also have a detail that's going to cut through, you know, the edge of one of these elements. We can have a detail that's going to cut through that element. We can have a detail that's going to cut through, you know, I mean, you could cut through that element and show the sort of stair, you know, a stair detail looking this way and, you know, maybe cut through there looking this way. Maybe take out that one. You know, and we can look at the both roof and how that will work. But okay, so we've got a ground floor plan. We've got a section. Now the section is got to show. It's got to show how the it's got to show the footpath. And then it's got to show the street. Well, I mean, just identify the street, Rutland Street. Yeah, okay. But we've then got to show where that driveway is. And you know, so whether the driveway sits in there and then what that level is. So it's got to come out from, so there's our site. So we need to have spot levels here and here. There, you know, RLs there, and those RLs are relative to those contours. Okay. So I think we need 6 RLs, and then all of these other dimensions. So these, I would push these back here, you know, get them back out, further out, so that we've got space to maneuver.
Yeah.
So we just need to show that driveway. We also need to show where we're going to put in a retaining wall. So if we've got a retaining wall in there, we need to show that. And didn't you show me the retaining wall in the elevation?
Yes, I think I should.
Yeah, so if there's a big retaining wall here. If there's a retaining wall there, we need to see that in the site plan.
Okay.
So where that retaining wall is in there. Now, I don't think it can't be that tall. Obviously, at this point, it's only going to be relatively short. But also, I mean, maybe where that. So if we just start with I think we have to draw in the sections. We have to draw the site first, so that we know how tall that retaining wall is. Because at the moment we're just, I think we are dropping, that retaining wall is going to be potentially below where the height of the footpath is. So that retaining wall is probably at the very lowest point. but we definitely need to show that in the section. And, you know, because that retaining wall is also potentially going to be, you know, that's going to be shown there as well. We're going to have a little bit of retaining wall appearing in that drawing. Because, yeah, because this slope is going to be below the 4.8 level. So, Ewan, do you actually have 2 rooms under the building?
2 rooms? Yeah, I have a creed. You mean the 2 bedrooms?
Well, yeah, this and this.
Oh, okay. That is void space.
Oh, it
because
is.
I just raise up the buildings.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's void, why did you make a floor here? So why have the slab go all the way into there?
Okay. Because the initial photographies is something like this. Then
Yeah.
I just cut this part. I just fill this part. No. Yeah, I just cut this part. I just want to make this part as high as this street.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to understand though, but you're not using that space under the house at all.
Oh, you mean I can do some design in this space? Or do you mean that?
Yeah, well, no. But
recently I'm
so
not using this space.
Right. Okay. So it's and it's unusual to be excavating and making a floor in a space that you're not going to use. And I'd also say but also I'm curious, why do we need this floor here? Oh, actually, is that is on the edge, is it?
Yeah. Because I want to have because the highest point is over there. So I created one staircase down to there, and another staircase down to this level. I just create for this.
Okay, so with this east elevation,
okay.
So why? Can I just ask why don't we draw this line? Oh well, it's actually not. It's not going to be there, is it? It's going to actually be. Let me say, it's actually going to be. So why not? So what we have to draw what the height of the natural ground at the street line, because we're not showing how we're dealing with, how do we deal with the footpath on that edge or the street? Okay, so Ewan, I just think we need to draw the site, you know, we need to draw the elevation of that site first and then show where our relative level is, show how you know, we might then show how the slab might be sloping down to connect to the road and then at a certain point sloping up to meet the road. But we definitely we've got to start when you draw a site section. You've got to draw that the elevation of that ground line on the drawing. And again, but also, you know, these elements we don't need to show these.
Okay.
Okay, so, yep. Okay, so Cindy, yep, I can check, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, okay, so Cindy, do you want to show? And we'll...
Hey, yeah, how are you? Okay. They're not final drawings, obviously. And I know I have mistakes to correct already that I've been looking at. Yeah, anyhow, this actually got into PDF without me wanting to.
Okay, so...
when I actually do zoom, because I don't know if this page actually got super small, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to see how all those things work.
Are you able to see when I zoom in?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you able to see when I zoom in? Because like just the site plan just actually got out as a PDF as very small.
Okay, well, look, I'm just zooming in to try and see if I can see the drawing, but okay. So obviously now having the setback is good. So we need to show the setback. Maybe showing the overall dimension of the building is fine. I suppose it's okay with those dimensions, and it's showing the roof. Now, some parts, the line weights need to be a bit more refined. So we've got a very black line to show. We need to show the
guard. I was to do it on Revit actually, I was gonna do it like afterwards once I take the PDF out, because I wasn't like, I just tried and it never got out on the PDF when I export the sheet. So I know I really wanted to, because it's very confusing even for myself.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, yeah, just try and do, because obviously with the heavy black line, it's obscuring the details and things. Now, with the driveway, we just want to sort out, we need to show relative levels on the driveway to see how we're dealing with the change in levels. So how we go from the contour, you know, what the slope of that ground is, and what the level of the driveway is, and how we negotiate that change in level.
Yeah, I heard you say it along the class a lot, so I'm just gonna add it later. Yeah, you're gonna see it now in the, I have still a problem with that, but we're gonna see it in the elevation soon.
Okay, so yeah, and that's just about clear. Yeah, okay.
Is the
Hang on.
sewage shown correctly on the drainage? Is it okay shown like that?
Sorry, is the what?
So it's the sewage line and the connection to the water line. Is it okay, or you're not even able to see it with the lines?
Well, I can't tell which is the. So is this line? Oh, right. Hang on. Is that what you? Oh, hang on. God, why is it so?
I don't know why it's so small. I'm gonna change it, obviously. It's,
So is that what you're saying? Is that the water line or the sewer line?
Which one? So they actually run through the same line. Like by the drawings we were given by the Brisbane city, they just run through the same line.
Yeah, but no, but we've got to. The thing is, the builder, even if it's in
have like a different output from the slot, but they run through the same line outside.
Well, the stormwater pipe and the sewer pipe would be two different lines. So you're going to need to show that. Well, I would be showing there are two different lines, because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you sort of need to indicate, and I would actually label them. I would label them, a sewer line and a stormwater pipe, or So I definitely have them as two lines, because. So we just want to clarify these things, Cindy. So you don't want people confusing water with sewage.
No, surely not.
Because the stormwater will actually just go to the Brisbane River, and the sewer will have to get processed. So there will be two different pipes. So and we need to indicate those as different different lines, and then we need to show. So with the stormwater, so let's say one is. Oh, hang on, this is too big. Wow. Sorry, the scale here is gone all haywire on me. Oh.
What the heck?
Oh. Hang on. Okay, so look, I'll just go through this. We're going to have. So we're going to have the water is going to be the blue line. And then we're going to have a sewer line. So we just need to, for the water line, okay, so so the fall, so this is, the arrows are showing where the roof is falling to, is that right?
On top of the roof, yeah. The little ones are actually showing how to.
So, okay, so I just want to know.
On the grey water.
Okay, but you're showing how it's falling down, right?
The roof?
So then we're going to have, so we're going to have, so if it's falling down that way, so we're going to have a gutter somewhere in, somewhere in here or in there?
Yeah, those are the gutters, yeah.
Yeah, so we might then...
I don't know, I'm sorry, I actually worked on it and then it just comes out like this and I wasn't able to fix it in the last 5 minutes, so...
Yeah, I might just put that in.
And they're drawn correctly, so...
So we're going to have our rainwater gutter wherever it is, or pipe or something, and then that might come out, and that might then go out and connect to the storm water. Now, we might also have, along the edge of our building, there might be some ag pipe or drain that runs along that edge of that building, and that might also then come down and connect into the stormwater. So we might have a drain, you know, that's underground, the ag pipe that might continue all the way along there. So that means that excess water running along that side of the building might come and drain to that. Now, whereabouts is the toilet? Do you want to, Cindy, can you just put a dot where the toilet is?
Yeah, sure. I feel like it's gonna come out big. How do you? Sorry. So pretty much there. Oh.
So we might then just, that's fine. We might just take that line and then just, again, show there might be the sewer that comes out connects to that. Now we might also show where the kitchen, and that might also connect, you know, so or any grey or dirty water. I mean, you can also, you can separate the grey water and feed it to some other thing, but if we just take the sewer line, you know, we can just find where all of floor waste and other things, and then we can just show how that would connect to that. Okay?
Yep. How, the only thing I didn't understand is how do you actually show the one that is on the side of the site? So just to make the water run through the site. So it's on the left-hand side.
So which one do you say?
You just show it as dotted line or with arrows on the side.
Yeah. So look, that's right. It could be, you know, and it's under the ground. Yeah. So it could be a dotted or dashed line. I think. Let me just see. In the Australian standards, they draw it as. Hang on. I'll just grab that. Yeah, so, I mean, the normal look, I just, you know, it's not too critical, but again, it wouldn't be a solid line. Let's just say for water, it might be a bar, then a dot, then a bar, then a dot, then a bar, and a dot, or bar. Now, maybe a sewer line might be slightly different, maybe, so if I was drawing the sewage line, actually I might just erase that. So maybe with a sewer line, I might draw a line that goes, hang on, I'll just, I'll draw it in red. So maybe it goes a red dot, dot, red, dot, dot, red, you know, like I might just, you know, but the thing I would do, and then what I would do is I would actually just write, you know, sewer line, stormwater line.
Yeah, that's what I did, but it's just too tiny right now. Yeah, I did that also because I saw it in one of the drawings.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, I'm gonna change it. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep running through the other ones.
Yep. So that's right. So in this drawing, so we need to label all the bits. So we need to show that this is a gutter. You know, we need to say what is that? This is a gutter. This is a gutter. Down pipe. Down pipe. We need to say this is the perimeter flashing on the edge. We need to say this is the sort of ridge flashing on that edge. Is that a skylight? Or so what is this element? That's a window, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So you've labelled that, yeah. And then perimeter flashing, yep. And then there'll be perimeter flashing there. There'll be some, So we need to indicate what all these, you know, we need to say, what is that? What is that? What is the gutter? Now we might also have another downpipe. So we need to indicate downpipe. We need to indicate downpipe there and in there. Now you have indicated the windows, so that's good. Now okay, so, and you've indicated, yeah, okay.
The flashing window here, sorry, I'm just, that one in orange.
Sorry?
So you just marked it around like a bit fast and I just got lost. So like the flashing is that one or is the whole line that?
Well, yeah. So this is a ridge flashing. So that's the top of the roof. That's the highest point. So you've got to indicate where there's a ridge flashing, where there might be a sort of perimeter flashing or a side flashing, where there's a gutter, where there's a downpipe. Again, there's a sort of side flashing.
Normal flashing, general one. That's what I was saying.
Sorry?
So which size would I show as the general flashing, like not the ridge?
Oh well, it depends on the sheet material. It might be 150 wide. It depends on the profile of the machine. So what type of material is this? So what material is this?
It's metal sheeting. Yeah,
but Cindy, there's 100. There are 400 different types of metal sheeting.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it, and I still haven't decided on it.
So we just got to find what the type of machine, you know, and work out what those things. So we need to, because we're going to have to draw a section there somewhere, and often the type of flashing you have on the side will depend on the type of sheeting material you're using.
What's your general recommendation if you see this roof?
Well, it depends what sort of angle. I mean, if you were doing, if this was a shallow slope and it does seem like a pretty shallow slope, you know, in Australia we do something like clip lock. You know, you just, so the clip lock, it just looks like, you know, this.
Oh, you know, and then sections of metals that they grab one into the other. Yeah. I'm aware. Yeah.
You know, so you just, you know, it looks like that. You know, and I think this is roughly about 200 or so. But you know, I mean, Cindy, you just, so you can look up different sheeting materials. But the thing is, if it's steeply sloping, you can use corrugated. You know, you can use this sort of corrugated iron, but the problem with corrugated iron is it can't slope, you know, less than one, you know, it needs at least 5 degrees of slope. So you just got to think about what that sheet material is, and if you want it very shallow, it's gonna have to have a relatively deep profile, because most metal sheet materials that have a shallow pitch have quite a deep, you know, at least 30 millimeters profile.
All right. What do you reckon? Because I was just thinking about it today, and then I decided to stop on it and ask you in the class and then draw it. So the downpipes, do you think I should put one? So because it's quite a large stretch. So I'm doing one at the very ends of each, and I should do one in the middle as well.
You could.
For the longer section.
You could. That's right, but it might be with that longer section. You might only need one downpipe at each end.
All right. Okay. I wasn't sure about it, how it would work. Sweet. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep going. Floor plan.
Yeah, so you're going to use yeah, so you can use so this site, so you just go outside the time of the entry and you start
Okay, okay. Now, hang on. Obviously, you know, we've got to think about, you know, just how accessible all of this is. So if we've got our bathroom in here, we've got to make sure that bathroom fits. You know, so I suspect that. So I suspect that bathroom is going to end up being too small for a wheelchair accessible bathroom. And in fact, that distance there is probably going to, if you know, that looks like it's a problem.
It actually
that might
fits
be.
through it.
Sorry?
It actually fits through it. It's fine.
Really? What's that dimension?
What? But the thing is, that's the staircase. It's high. You basically have the whole part. You don't go at that very end of the stairs. You're
Right.
not
Okay.
underneath.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So we can fit through there. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
but that bathroom is not a wheelchair accessible bathroom.
Okay, what am I missing? Because I actually checked on the measurements and how big does it need to be? Because I checked on the measurements and I was fine.
Yeah. Okay. But
it's 280.
Well, sorry.
It's 280 by 2. By 210, 280 by 210.
Yeah. Okay, but have a look at. Let's see. I'm just going to see if I can find it. But I mean, okay. So the basic thing, Cindy, is obviously the bathroom has to comply with the disability code, and so I'll just, you know, and I've got a copy of it here. Yeah, and so, I mean, if I just look at a minimum bathroom or typical bathroom, okay. So just examples of accessible bathrooms. I'll just see. I mean, see if you can Google. You might want to just see if you can Google AS 1428.1 and just look at an accessible bathroom. But I'm just looking at that bathroom, and there's no way somebody's going to be able to move around within that space. So it's not going to be that 2.13 is not going to be sufficient space.
How much do I need?
Sorry. See,
How big do
what
I
I
need
would
it?
do. Well, yeah, but look, I would have a look on the line. So, but I would make it. I would actually take it, because as I said, the laundry's, it's not a very effective room. It's only 1 metre wide. So I would make the bathroom that big.
Okay.
And I would then look at, so there are lots of diagrams you can see for how you would put the bathroom. So this one has a minimum width of 2.3, and it has a minimum, it doesn't even say what that length is, but you just got to go through. So this one is 2.3 clear by a minimum of 2.33 clear. So that's if you have, so that's having a shower in that bathroom. So, well, that's having a toilet and a hand basin. Okay, but this is, yeah, so, but we just need to be working with that sort of document. Again, I'll see, I don't know if we can upload it because you've got access. So I would be pulling that back, cutting back part of that wall, and I'd stick the laundry, as I say, I'd put the laundry in, just washing machine and thing on one edge. Don't worry about a separate laundry. But I'd have a look. So I would be looking up wheelchair accessible bathrooms online and just seeing what the critical dimensions are. So we're going to be just looking to see how those fit. And let's see if we can go online. Okay. AS 142.8.1. Okay, so, okay.
What to say?
Okay, so what I'm going to, okay, I've just looked it up. The problem I have is okay, I'm just going to see if I can share the screen, okay? Let's see. I'll just have to close that for the moment. Let me see. Actually, no. What I need to do is not share files. I need to share screen. You will allow to see your screen. allow. Oh no, what's happening? Why can't I share screen?
You can just,
Yeah, sorry, it's
I'll
just.
just look it up. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Okay,
I
Cindy,
can
it's
just
not
drop
that
it.
hard. Yeah, what you just asked. So if you put in, so the way I found it, right? I just went to
Yeah.
the AS 1428.1 accessible bathroom, and then it won't let me see all, but it then it goes to a screen that says how big is an accessible disabled toilet, and it gives me some diagrams. It doesn't show everything, but then it shows me, so within the diagrams it shows me, type 1, left-hand transfer, right-hand transfer, and it's showing me all of those options, and the dimensions are 2650 in one direction, 2000 in another direction. But you've got to sort of look at it to see how those work, and
Yeah.
it's only
I have the document, I
showing.
think.
Yeah, so you've just got to have a look at what all of those dimensions are and how those things work. But if you then put a shower into that space, it's going to end up being wider than 2.1. So yeah, so if we then go,
Yeah, it's all right. Now, if I move the laundry, I have like 3 meters. So
okay. So yeah, it says then an accessible shower, toilet and shower. So then you can sort of have a look at what those dimensions are. But look, it's just showing the overall dimension, because clearly it's not. You've got to go. They clearly want you to buy the standard, but you can get that information.
yeah, it's all right.
Okay.
I'll change it.
Well, let's actually. Sorry. Let's go back then.
Yeah. So
Okay,
the
do you
main
wanna
problem
show-
was actually the thing that we haven't started it yet was the entrance and the level to the street. So I kind of tried to fix it with slope to get the cars in the driveway.
Sorry. Yeah. Hang on. Is that? Yeah. Okay. So when you say getting the height and the driveway, how are you going with that? So have we got the spot levels?
Yeah, I'm trying to get into the drawing. Righty. So, you can see from this side, you have the driveway first, and then you have the extension, the esplanade, to the exterior living room, like the private exterior living room, covered living room.
Right.
The problem comes when I head into.
So one of the things I would say, first of all, see the levels you've got. The levels shouldn't be 0, okay? The levels should correspond to the contour lines. So, so this should be, it wouldn't be 0, it would be 43.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the way I'm showing it, not with those lines. It's just too confusing, but it was good for me to draw with it. But yeah, for sure. So the RLs also to show it with the 43, 46 and whatsoever.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Yep. So anyways, I was saying, I had to put the retaining wall in here, and I'm having trouble to cut it on Revit, actually, with the topography. It should obviously cut once it hits the topography, not go, you know, ages long.
Sorry, Cindy, I'm just...
way... Are you not able to hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't understand what you were saying.
Oh, I was just saying, sorry, I have the retaining wall in here, and I'm just having trouble to cut it on Revit into the topography. And the thing that I'm quite confused about is that if I'm actually seeing like this, the columns and the base, or I just, because there's such a slope into one side of on the side, then I have,
Yep.
like, I see the one on the back and I see the one on the front, and I'm quite sure I shouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
well...
So I'm seeing like that, and then I'm seeing this one that is at the front.
Yeah, so, and that is 2 columns at different height, right?
Yeah, but it's actually, like, they're aligned. It's one from the east side and the other one from the west side. And because there is such a big slope on the side, that's how it's shown. That's how you see it on the side, apparently.
Yeah, and the thing is, you would probably just should be dotted in. You wouldn't, and you wouldn't show the hatch under the ground.
Correct. Yeah.
So
but
yeah.
What about the one that is at the back? Should I just not show it on the elevation?
Well, but you would dot it in. Like, it's not something, you know. So if this is the ground line. Now, hang on, where is the ground line? I'm just trying to think about what is all of these levels, but okay, let's assume the ground line is here.
Ground line of the road? Yeah, that's the one.
Well, the natural ground line of the site.
Yep, level 1.
Yeah, okay. So,
yeah, that's the site, yep.
Yeah, so we then want to just sort of make sure, okay, so you might want to dot on where, you might want to dot on where the slope of, so, okay, so I'll just continue that line. So that line should continue, right, out here, okay? So we need to see where the footpath is and then where the road is. You know, and again, we might also show, you know, where the footpath and the street line is there, you know, but also then we might dot in, you know, where the driveway is. So the driveway might, you know, where the driveway might be going up to, you know, what the height of the floor is. So what height is that? Is that at the very highest part of the site, or is that?
Which one? Where are you pointed at? Sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
So the highest point is.
What height is that at?
Yeah, that's the highest point of the site.
Okay, but are we then? So what happens then on the other elevation? Like, I mean, I'm presuming that the fall in this edge of the site is there's a fair amount of fall in the land. So it's just then a question of how we deal with the site, you know, because are we giving ourselves a fair way to go up? So it might be better to lower part of the ground, you know, lower the floor plate so you're not having to having to drive up so far. Sorry?
I did a bit of I did some cut and fill at the front
right.
to actually fit the platform, to fit the beam platform of this exterior living room. So you can see it. You can see it in the other side.
Okay, but that's a section further along. Okay, so just then working out where the ground line is, where the street is, and then how we get onto those levels. So we just, at this stage, we really need to see, we just need to see where the street and the footpath is so that we understand what that relative level of that slab is to the road. So at the moment, I can't tell where the driveway is relative to the road.
So the road is here. This is the road.
So the road comes up to that level, does it? So
Yeah.
So have we got the elevation from the other side?
From which side?
Well, from King James. Oh, sorry, St. James.
Yeah, that one.
Right. So, okay. So the road is then. So the road is at this level, is it?
So the road is at that level. Yeah.
Okay. So is this? So.
And that's the highest point. That's the. Oh, sorry. That's the highest point of the site.
Now, but is that road tilting? Is that twisted, or is that just a simple slab, sloping slab?
That's just a sloping slab.
Okay, so just I think
a sloping slab on the side, and then you have the platform where it's higher.
Yeah. But I suspect you're going to have to develop the you might.
And I had to do some cutting on the side, yeah.
Yeah, but we're going to have to. I think you're going to have to. We're going to have part of the site. So if the road is sloping that distance, we're going to have to slope the slab. So it's going to have to be on a tilt. It's going to be on a twist.
Why is that?
To get up to that level. So is this part of the building, or is that under
actually, no, because I'm cutting. Because I did think of that at the beginning, if I was gonna do the whole width of the house on sloping slab, but I'm actually doing half of it on the sloping slab, and the other one is just a flat platform where the terrain is actually higher. So
okay.
So if the cars are here, then they're able to enter through there, and then.
Okay, so this is the thing, Cindy. We've just got to make sure. Right? Yeah, but we've just got to make sure the car can enter that site. So we need to show the spot levels, or we need to document that so we can see how that's working. Because at the moment, you're just saying, we know that this road is sloping up, is going up, but that slab is horizontal at that point. It's just going straight along. So we've just got to see how do we negotiate between the slope of the road and the twist of the path. So at some point where there's a crossover, the crossover between the site and the footpath, there's going to have to be a twist in that slab, so that that slope, that flat part of the slope, can meet the rising road.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just leaving it as an empty thing, and I wanted to ask you if I need to put it as supporting small columns or small posts, underneath the platform. I'm not joining these two slabs. They're two completely different ones. That's why I'm not
Yeah.
understanding why would I have to do it with the twist.
Well, okay, but if we imagine that, so have we got this elevation, an elevation looking this way?
I think that's the best way to look at it, actually.
Sorry?
You have this one, so you have from all the sides, but you have this one from the front, so this is the north side.
But that's a section, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, sorry, my mistake, sorry. What is it then? Here.
Okay. So this is, I mean, this is the thing here that I'm trying to work out is, again, you know, this line, that line is sloping, this line is straight, right? We've got to somehow make those two lines connect. And even if we say, oh, well, you can divide it, so even if we go, you know, and we make it so, well, that part is stepping down and that part is staying, so we divide it into two, we've still got to find a way of twisting that slab so that it can meet that slope.
What if it doesn't twist, and what changes is the length of the columns?
Hang on, sorry, what am I?
I mean, the slope just adapts to the end of the road. It fits to get into the end of the road.
Yeah.
Then you have this space in the middle. How do you actually erase what you just did?
Okay. So I suppose that
this space in the middle. That's what I'm trying to figure out, if I have to put a sort of post or something, or can it just maintain as the little void difference in between the soil and the slab?
well, yeah, well, you might have to, yes. But it might be better. It might be better instead of having those posts, because you've got all this. Why not just put a bit of a wall in there? So, you know, it might be a bit of retaining wall. So stepping a wall, you know, with a footing there. So why a post? Because I mean, all of this. So what happens under the slab?
What do you mean, under the general house slab?
Yeah, well, part of the slab is getting, because this slab is so close to the ground, you're creating this tiny little gap under the slab between the floor and the slab, and you know, you don't want kids to crawl in under there.
No.
So I'm just thinking,
So best,
you know.
So maybe the best scenario will be to do a retaining wall. That will be the best solution.
Yes. But I'm also thinking, you know, like if we've got this space, if that's for a car, or is that this part is for the car and this part is something else? So what are we dividing these two spaces for?
So one is the car entry and the other one is the pedestrian entry.
Right. So how do the pedestrians get from that level? Like, what do they do? How they get up to from there? Oh, hang on. No, hang on. Oh. So I'm just thinking, we've got that slab there. I mean, again, I'm just thinking about how and we can put a retaining wall in there by all means, but then, look, is this just you know, how we get up to this level. I suppose it's just a step, is it?
Well, I was trying to do the biggest slab I could with the cuts. So by cutting the soil and then doing a thicker slab, not having a step. But
Okay,
yeah,
but Cindy,
I'm
the
giving
thing
myself
is,
a headache. I don't want
okay,
to. I know I can't do it with a step.
okay, Cindy. Ultimately, the problem is I can't tell from the elevation whether you have a step or you don't have a step. I can't tell whether a car can enter the site or whether it can't enter the site.
So what do you need to see?
I need to see, yeah, I need to see the level of the road, and I also need to see the spot levels to see where, you know, like where that level is. So I need to see where, you know, where these relative heights are. Like, what's that height? You know, what's this height? You know, where is, you know, so where do these, you know, what are these heights relative to the street?
But that I can't tell you because that's basically the contours. I didn't change that. That last one is 48. The one that is closer, the one that is actually the entry of the cars is 46. And it goes straight into
Cindy, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yes.
Yeah. So I was just saying that I can tell you because that's the contours. I did not change the height of the road. So 46 is the height of the road, and that's where the car park is, the private car park, the off-street car park of the lot. And then on the other hand, where the pedestrians enter is 48. And by then, 48 is also the pedestrian path.
Okay, Cindy, I suppose I'm not following where the particular height, because the road, you know, the road has different heights at different points. So it's 46 at some point. So the thing, but also, yeah, do you want to show me? Okay, but
No,
well,
but
do you want to zoom in and just
that's what I'm saying. We can see it on the contour.
Yep.
That's 47.
What?
That line over there.
Which line? So do you want to zoom in?
Yeah, I am zooming in, but I think that if I zoom in, you can't see it.
Yeah, no, you zoom in. Because at the moment I can't see it.
I did it already. You can't see when I zoom in, you can't see it. You can't see my movement.
No, it's still, the thing is, it's a small, it's about the size of a matchbox.
Yeah, I know. That's what, yeah, it's weird. I'm zooming in, literally on my screen.
Look, I can zoom in. Can you see that? Do you see that that's getting bigger?
No, just I see what I do on my screen. So let's just both zoom in into the front of the house, north side of the house. So the connection to Rutland Street. So I'm saying that's 47. It's the same height as the road.
Yeah, I know, but you can see that it goes up half a metre, you know, so it goes from,
and then you have...
So, I mean, that slope, there's, okay, so...
But then this is 46. That is 46, and that's the same height as the road.
Yeah, but you can see that, okay, so now, hang on, are we missing a contour there? We've got one here, one here, one here.
You're
One
missing
there.
The 45 you're missing the 40, yeah, 46.5 in the middle.
Hang on, I'm just wondering, is there, oh, yeah. Okay. So, but I suppose the point is, between those red dots, the road is sloping up. So we've just got to find a way. How do we allow for that twist? You know, we can't have a straight section of driveway meeting a sloping section of road. So we've got to sort of think about how do we deal with the twist? I mean, and maybe, you know, hang on.
Well, but the cars don't have to enter through the corner. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is a car and it enters like that. You don't need a curve. You don't need it on the lot. You can enter from the front. It's a double side street.
Yeah, but the thing is, this part of the road, hang on. The road from, the road, you know, the section of road between those two red dots is sloping half a metre. You know, so it is at an angle of half a metre. So we just got to find a way. You just got to show on the drawing how do we account for that change in level. So we've got half a metre that we've got to sort of explain. So that the slab, we can't say, you know, so we've just got to allow with the spot levels how that driveway meets that road. Now it might be, I mean, it might be that oh, hang on, this is going to be too small. So it might be that the driveway, there's an, you know, here and it slopes up, you know, so that might be relatively flat in that direction, but then it slopes up. It slopes up at an angle this way. You know, so I mean, so that it can meet that angle, you know, that line of the roof. Sorry, that line of the street.
I can't really get your drawing.
Sorry?
I can't really understand your drawing, sorry.
No, okay. No, I know I know it's difficult. Okay, so it's just Cindy, what you've got to do. Okay, all you've got to do. Oh, well, let's raise that. We'll just erase it. Okay, all you have to do is just show me what are the relative spot levels, the relative levels to do with the contours. We need to know what the levels are at the street and at that driveway. You know, I need to know exactly what those levels are.
Right now?
No, but not right now, but when you,
yeah,
you know,
but I'm
with the
trying
drawing.
to figure out for the past weeks. I've been trying to figure out for the past weeks, and we just, you know, everybody's struggling. There must be a reason, because we weren't prepared for doing this sort of preparation onto the site. Everybody's doing something different, and nobody's actually doing it correct.
Yeah, well, but Cindy, you do drive?
Yeah.
Have you ever driven on a sloping road?
Yeah, of course.
So how do you go from a sloping road onto a flat surface?
You have a ramp.
Yeah, but that ramp might have to move. So we just got to look at that ramp is adjusting in 3 dimensions. So what we're saying is the slab is going to have to twist at some point. And to show the twist in that slab, we need to show what those spot levels are, and we need to draw just how that works.
Where would you do the twist? Because you just drew it before and it was too confusing with the amount of lines.
Sorry, Cindy, what was that?
So you just drew the twist before and there were too many lines and it was too confusing. If you could draw it again now that we erased.
Sorry, I'm still not understanding your question.
Yeah, because I'm not understanding how to fix it either. Because I tried like literally 4 different methods, and nothing seems to like.
But Cindy, in the Revit, can you draw a sloping? Can you draw a twisting slab?
Not that I know of, but maybe. I have no clue. I have no clue what I'm seeing as the best way. And really, Mark, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I don't understand why couldn't it be fixed like this, as doing half of it as a slope platform and half of it as a flat platform. You put a retaining wall in between them. I did cut on the side, so it's not, the house is not elevated 10 meters. I'm bringing it down. But nobody needs to enter the side from the corner. There's no necessity of entering from the corner.
But we're
straight and you enter from Rutland.
But we're talking about entering the site in here.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm asking for. So the plan of it doesn't change. All I'm asking is to understand what are the levels.
Okay, I will draw them on plan.
And just thinking about so that and although these two, the levels at the top, the blue little dots at the top of that, they are probably going to be in the same level, but but those levels right there and there on the street, they're at 2 different levels. So we've just got to allow for the fact that slab is going to have to twist in order to line up with the street.
Yeah, I would line up with the pedestrian path. I don't think there's a way to do it on Revit like that. I would line up with the pedestrian path. There's a difference of a couple of centimeters. I will figure out twisting it on the whole. Sorry, Mark, but I changed it 4 or 5 times. If we're never taught how to do it, we're never gonna know how to.
Okay.
Sorry, but I'm literally overwhelmed by the fact of the entrance of the site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, again, well. Okay, so well, Cindy, what else do you want to go through? What else you've got?
I haven't gotten into the details yet, and I need to fix the sections. I just
right.
I don't think you saw the first floor. I think we went through it already. We can get back to it. That's it. Yeah, it's the first floor. Oh, I wanted to, yes, actually, After this, I wanted to show you schedules because I have a problem with the doors, or I think I might.
Okay. Okay. Well, do you
Schedule.
want to? Okay. Show.
So I know that a sliding window, it don't mark it like that. That's not the lining for the sliding window. But strangely, I have it uploaded as a sliding window on Revit, and this is how it's shown on the schedule and on the legend. So the lining of the openings.
Yeah. Yeah. Look. Okay. I think that is. The schedules are okay. Okay. Yep. So are there? Look, I don't think that's a problem with the schedules. But obviously, I think we need to think about what those, work out what the details are. These concrete columns look very skinny. How big are the columns?
15 on 15.
Sorry?
15 on 15.
15 by 15?
Yeah.
So what, and they're made of concrete?
Correct.
I would say that sounds just too small. I mean, so I suspect the concrete columns, if they are concrete, they're going to be much bigger than that. They're going to be at least 200 by 200, if not, 300 by 300.
Okay. I can change that.
And the walls are going to end up being,
I thought
if the walls are masonry, they're going to be. Sorry?
I thought it was going to be okay because it's a small house.
Okay.
So is it okay with the schedule of the door, the window? Sorry, I shouldn't change the marking or be preoccupied by it. It's...
Yeah. I think, look, that's generally okay.
Okay. Do they need more detail, or is the basic?
Well, I mean, you could, but yeah. I mean, you've got the heights. Yep. Well, you need to. I mean, you could say whether it's fixed glazing, whether it's movable or that thing. But look, generally it's okay.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay. Well, are we finished now?
Yeah, if you looked into the first floor, I think I moved quickly, and that was about it. Yeah, that one.
Sorry, what's the question though?
No, there was no question. I just wanted for you to briefly check it and.
Well, I mean, we need to see what that material is.
I didn't get to put the measurements yet or annotations. I know I have to.
Well, yeah, but we need to see the sheet materials. We need to see where the downpipes are. We need to see the floor surfaces. Yep. Okay. So, okay. Yep. But look, well, Dendi, do you want to show us your work?
Sweet. Thanks.
Hi, Mark.
Yep.
Yeah, I have some internet problem with my PC, so I can, so I'm gonna open my camera to show you the drawings. Okay. Can you see? This is the okay, I'll show you the site plan first.
Right.
So I've got some dimensions around the building. So it's not very clear.
Right. Okay. So, so we need to show where the footpath is. We need to show the streets.
So like the footpath over here for human, and this is the path for the car.
Yeah, okay, but the driveway has got to go, we've got to show the crossover, we've got to show the driveway going over the footpath to the street.
To the street, okay.
And we need to show where the levels are.
Okay, like this is like 47, and this is 46.5.
Yeah, okay, but we need to have some spot levels. Yep, show where that driveway, is the driveway sloping?
A little bit.
Okay, so we need to show what the levels are.
Okay.
So the builder needs to know exactly what the shift in levels is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking like that. If I move this like the driveway from here to here, so it's like the same level to the road. And I move the car park a bit to the right, so it has the same level, like from the side to the street. Is that okay?
But, well, yeah. Well, hang on, Dendi. You know the road is sloping in one direction, right?
Yeah.
So okay, this is the slope of, let's say, okay, hang on. So here's the slope of our driveway. There's the slope of the road. So, you know, we've got to work out where do we twist the driveway to meet that road.
Okay, I got it. So make the driveway like the same slope to the road.
Yep. So at one edge. But then when it gets to the house, we want the driveway to be flat. So that the driveway's got to have a twist in it.
Okay. I think I can do that.
And you need to show just spot levels where, you know, to show what the relative heights are.
Okay.
Okay, but we also, look, I would definitely show the footpath on, show where the streets are. See, I know you've written the streets down, but we need to see where that footpath is to show, and to show the driveway all the way out to the street.
To the street, okay, connect to the street.
Yep.
Okay, got it. I'll do that later. And we move to the floor plan. So this is my entrance to the house, and this is the driveway for now to the car park. And you can like get into the house from the car park.
So can I ask, why is the stairs there?
Stairs for because the timber is like there's a gap between the ground. It's not connecting to the ground. It's like there's a gap between the like.
But isn't the carport level with the ground?
Yeah, there's like slope to the car park, and so
So is the carport at the same level as the house?
Yes.
So the thing is, I'm not quite understanding, because if the driveway and the car park and the house are at the same level, why do you need the stairs?
Because the side is the slope side. Like they're on the same level. It's on the same level.
Yeah. So why, okay, so, but hang on. Why do we need the steps then? If everything's on the same level, why have the steps?
Because the timber structure is not connecting to the ground. Like there's a gap. I can show you like this way. Just gotta root off the tree for now. Hang on. Like that. Like there's a gap.
Yeah, but the other, when you turned it around the other side, you were showing me there's no gap. I'm trying to wonder, yeah. But didn't you show me on the other side, didn't you show that the garage was at the same level as the house, at the timber level?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand, I'm trying to understand where are all of these levels, because here it's flush. Here it's all at the same level, but on the other side it's not. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is
the floor of the car park is not connecting to the ground as well. So
oh, right. Okay, I think I understand now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to this. Now, but given that we've got the disabled access, would it be better? Because the thing is, you've got, how many steps have you got? You've got 1, 2, 3,
4.
4 steps. Now the ramp can't go up 4 steps. So those steps are either really shallow, or else the ramp is very steep.
You mean like I need to maybe extend this like that?
Well, I'm just wondering, do we get rid of the stairs and just replace it with a ramp?
Remove the stairs.
Yeah.
Use the ramp only.
Yeah, well, yes, and I'm just wondering if the ramp needs to be longer. Like, what is the slope of the ramp?
It is need to be longer. I checked the 3D view. It needs to be a bit longer. It's too, see? It doesn't connect to the floor. It's too short. I know that. Yeah, am I gonna change it later?
Okay.
Yeah. So the ramp need to be like maybe, maybe it needs to be like that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I combine this living area with the dining area together, like a multi-function area.
Yeah.
And,
so hang on. Why are we the gap between the kitchen and the disability toilet? Why is that not open? Why have we got a concrete wall between obscuring? Because surely from that path you want to be able to see out.
From where to see out? From where? Like here?
No, from over here. I can't point. So where where the hallway is shouldn't there be a gap? Shouldn't you see between the buildings?
It can be, but I don't think so.
But so why did you put the blockwork wall there? Why did you fill in that gap? Yeah.
This one.
Yes. Why that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can get rid of it. Like make it like you can go like you can see through.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It has a better view. Like you can see these ways, like this direction from here. You're right.
Yep. Now also what material are you what's that wall made of? Is that block work?
Yeah, block work.
So just hatch it as block work. So that
Okay.
hatch is not right. Yeah.
Okay. And this is a disability toilet for disabled people. Is it big enough?
Sorry?
This is the disability toilet for the. Is it big enough?
Yep. I don't know.
For the wheelchair.
Yeah, but I don't know. So the thing, no, oh yeah, well, no. Well, the thing is, I would need to see what those dimensions are. So, yeah, you've just got to have a look. I would have a look, just putting in AS 1428.1, and then just write disabled shower and toilet, and it will show you what the requirements are. Now,
it's all in the document.
Yeah, you can just find it online. But the problem is also just with the drawing you're showing me, I can't tell how big things are because we've just got that one dimension. So
Yeah.
I don't quite know whether it's big enough or not. But yeah, you can. I suppose you could start to work it out. Yeah, but I think it'll be easy enough to. I'm sure you can find. Just to have a look for what the requirement for the disability code is, and then you can find those dimensions.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. So any other problem with wall plan? Oh, I will also get rid of this wall as well.
Yep.
Like this part.
Yes.
Yeah. To make a better view.
Yep.
Okay. Go to the this is the north elevation. It looks weird, I know. But the side is like really weird as well. So.
Now, okay, so you don't want to have the trees hiding the roof. So you dot in the tree line. You take out the trees.
Okay. Hide the tree.
Okay.
This is the foundation for the concrete wall.
So hang on, why is it down that far?
Cause okay, show you like this way. Cause you see this is a really slope like side. So to hide the concrete foundation it need to be like this far.
No. You see, the footings only need to be 600 under the ground. If you make it that deep, the problem is somebody's going to have to dig down that deep to lay those footings.
But
so you're going to be spending
only this part is going to be like that deep. This part is going to be not that deep.
Okay, so the footings can be 600 below the ground.
600, okay. Got it. I'll change it later.
600 millimeter. So you just only need it in the surface like this.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So the elevation's like the same.
Okay. Yep. So what is that material surface? So is that a concrete wall?
It's a block wall.
Oh, it's a block wall, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna change the side, the line of the earth to make it better to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you show the drawings, the tree again is gonna obscure part of the
The
of
gum.
the roof profile. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. The gum.
Now with these windows, why are the windows up as high as they are? Would it be better to have the windows level with the underside of that roof? So isn't there in Lindsay Clare's building there's a roof line? So it just seems to me the windows are excessively high. Those standard windows.
Yeah, they are. You mean this one?
No, the other two, the more conventional
These two.
windows. Yes. Yep. So why wouldn't they be at the same
I don't think
level
they're
as
really.
the underneath?
Oh yeah, they're a bit too high.
Why are they that high?
I don't know. Made a mistake. Maybe. Just like that.
So yeah, well we just got to make sure the sill is not too low. But yeah,
Yeah.
look,
This is
the point
the
is,
floor.
the point is, I suppose you just got to think about where the top of that window sits within the space. So if you know, I'm sure in Lindsay Clare's building, the blockwork only goes up to the top level, to the underside of where that that middle window is, and then there's a sort of timber section above that. So it'd be better to probably keep the windows below the height of the eaves of the roof.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I'll do that later. Just write it down. This is the section.
Right?
Yeah. Foundation need to be
Now,
higher.
if we've got the timber, so just make sure that timber is more than the ground is, you know, that timber's got to be 400, the joists and bearers are going to be 400 above the ground line. So we might excavate some of that soil away from the ground where, just so that the timber, is not exposed to termites.
Okay.
So we've got to keep the timber a little bit clear from the ground. So just make sure there's 400 clearance between the underside of the bearers and
So timber. Like from here to the ground. 400 from the timber to the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
And if necessary, you just dig a bit away. Don't change the height of the floor, but just dig away part of the ground so that you've just got that clearance around the site.
Okay. Yeah. Now I'm going to show you another section. So I moved the foundation up a little bit later.
Yep.
Any problems with the drawing so far?
Okay.
Anywhere you want me to zoom in?
Sorry?
So, anywhere you want me to zoom in?
Look, I suppose it's worth having a think about which elements you're going to be doing the details of. So you've got to, in this section, you probably can detail where the wall meets the roof, where the floor, yeah,
Okay.
but it could even be at that other end. So where a timber wall meets the roof, where, and if there's a masonry wall, how you build. So I suspect that end wall, rather than being masonry above, where you've got the upper beam, that level, I suspect that's all timber above that. So there's probably not masonry above that line. So you can remove that, but look,
Like,
you can show, yeah. So you can show some of those, where that roof meets a wall, you can show a window detail, you can show where the floor, the joists, and the bearer sit. Now, when I'm looking at the floor though, I'm a little bit puzzled. What's happening? Where are all the, you seem to have 3 layers of structure. What's happening?
3.
So zoom into the floor. No, okay. So what are these? What is these bits that are lowering? Yeah. So what's that?
This is the joist, and this
Sorry?
is the joist.
So is that
Like
that on its side? That's not a joist though, is it? So hang on. Why do we? So we're just going to have we're going to have floorboards and then joists and then bearers. So why have we got 3 layers?
Like, I think better show you like this way. Just get rid of the trees. Oh, here. So this is like the beam supporting the joist.
Yeah. Okay, we've got floorboards, we've got joists. So those bits, that bit there, you've just highlighted. Yep. So they're in the wrong position. So that you need a bearer there rather than that, and the bearer's got to sit the other direction. You know, it's got to be a deeper section. So you're lying it flat like a plate. So that's not able to support any loads.
Okay.
So we need to put a bearer in there.
Need a bearer there. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sure.
So this is, so that means we're going to get rid of a layer. So so if we go back to that section. Yeah, so again, you're going to have your joists, and then the bearer is going to be working in the opposite direction. It's going to be at least as deep as the joist, if not deeper, but it's not going to be lying on its side. Okay, so the only members that lie on their sides are plates, top plates, bottom plates, nogging, and they're about tying the structure together. They're not carrying particularly big loads.
Okay.
So whenever a member carries loads, it's going to have, you're going to have the floorboards, you're going to have your joists, and then you're going to have bearers, and then the bearers are going to be sitting on posts.
So I can't see it.
I'll see, hang on, see if I've got a bigger pen.
Yeah, it's really hard to read.
No, it's yeah, so at the moment I would get rid of the 3 layers and I would just be having, we just need floorboards, joists, bearers, and then the posts. So you currently you've given yourself 4 layers. You've got You've got the floorboards, and then you've got joists, and then you've got these funny flat plates, and then you've got bearers or something that's sitting in under.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. I just got rid of the strings.
Yeah. So I'll just see.
I think if I stop sharing the screen and then you just open
Yeah.
a whiteboard, you can draw on the whiteboard. Who's the
You know, so we have our floorboards, you know, because they're made up of little elements, you know.
Yes.
Then we've got the thickness of the joist, and then we've got a bearer, and the bearer sits under that way. Okay, so yeah, so you don't. I mean, if you draw it that way, it won't hold anything up because it's. So that is wrong.
Uh-huh.
That one's right.
Ah, okay. Got it. Got it.
And then you're not going to then have another layer of structure that sits under there as well. So you don't need, yeah. So that one's also right. So we just need to have, so we're just going to have that layer, this layer, and that layer. Now, beyond that, you might have a post.
So the post goes...
You know, and the post might get bolted through or something, or the post might, I mean, the post might be made of metal or something, and it might go straight down, you know, or it might have an angled section.
That makes sense.
Well,
yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like under the barrel.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Dendi. Well, who else would like to show some work?
Thank you, Mark, for your feedback. Thank you.
So, Jason, have you got? Did you want to ask any questions or show anything? Or,
Yeah, it's just kind of I just next to Dandy. Okay, I can show you some of the work, but it's not that much. I can share the screen. Sharing. This is the site plan. I just thought about the how to connect with the road, like the street, to the side. So my cut line is going like give some space here to create a ramp, because obviously the road this side is a bit higher than that side.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then I just make
So
a cut.
yeah. So we still need. You still need to show what the relative levels are. So we need to show some spot levels, just so that we understand what, but also just show where that road, what the level of the road is.
How can I show? Just I draw some line, just go through the boundary line, so to make a better understanding of road level, because the road level is obviously is changing. Like this.
Yeah. But this is where, but we just need to have certain spot levels where the driveway intersects with the road. So we need to show the driveway extend out over the footpath to where it meets the road.
Okay. You mean I need to to show where to connect with the road, right?
Yes.
So I just
so we need to show the footpath.
So I still need to draw another line to show where the street is. Okay, I will do it.
Yes.
I will do it. Yeah, this is what I'm missing. So is it okay to connect with the road? Because I will draw the ramp.
Yeah.
I will write the word like ramp down to the side. Write the notes.
Yeah.
That
but again, and yeah. So extend it out to the road, but also indicate what the levels are. What are spot levels? So tell me what those levels are relative to the contours.
Okay. I don't think I need the hatch. Is too,
Yeah, the thing is, I'd take off the hatches. They're too busy.
Yeah, it's too busy. I probably make it in grade. Not that much hatching. Yes. Okay. What else? This is the server. Is it what they call?
Yeah.
I think the services is connected this way because I checked the information that you provide us, and water pepper that all around the building. The reason that not connecting that because this is not the fit in, like the cut line is end here, so the problem is so awkward if I just. The reason that I extend to here because there's the toilet in level 1, so I just extend a little bit underneath the.
So this is okay. Can I just ask what I'm trying to understand all the lines? So what are these hatches and what is this big black line?
This one.
Yep.
The cut line. I show it in here. I will write the legend to tell you this is the cut line.
So what do you mean the cut line?
It means this area. Like, can you see that hatching? That
Yep.
one dot. This is the level that I use it as the flat level. Like it's not. So.
Okay. So this is, but we wouldn't show that above the roof line, would we?
Is it? I'm not sure. It's a side. I use from the example. The example like teachers can use it like this. This is a flat level. Like the level I'm gonna use it as a flat level, and then those cut line. Yeah, this area is fit in. This area will be cut out.
Right. Okay. But we need to. But we wouldn't show that going over the top of the roof. So we may need to show. So maybe we take the use it. Well, we need.
So do I need to create another sheet like what sheet called?
Yeah. Well, maybe on the site plan you just show the ground level, and then the building you can dot in above, and the building you might show on the roof plan. Yeah. Well, the roof on the Okay, so just sorry, that line was confusing. I didn't know what you were showing.
Okay, so maybe the roof plan, this little hatching of the roof, I can get roof of that and use it in the roof plan because it's so busy. It looks so busy. That's what I just worried about. So I will get rid of all of the hatching of the roof, and then just show the what is the terrain, like what's the line, what are the
Yeah,
control
yeah.
lines?
Okay. So okay. Yeah.
This is water, like what is the line called? It's the water service, like where's the water come from?
Yeah. But so where is it going? Why have we got the water going round the whole building?
Actually, I checked. I think I'm a little bit misunderstanding. Stormwater purpose.
Yeah. No. This is it. Stormwater is different from water supply.
Oh, it's deeper. Okay.
Yes. So stormwater is water running off.
So the stormwater will be at this corner because all the water will going down to this corner.
Well, it may not, but what we're saying, the stormwater. So from the gutter.
Yes.
So from the roof line, you'll have gutters and downpipes. Yeah. It'll come to the stormwater. Now,
Yes.
And then so water comes off the roof. It goes into the gutter, and then it goes down pipes. It goes into the ground, and then it goes through a pipe to the stormwater. So you just got to show those elements.
Yes, I trying to show the DP here. No, yes. Yeah, I try to figure out the water service. How can I show the water service? Yeah, we'll check in the document. I think those come around is like a stormwater something. I'm not quite sure. Stormwater purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just got to see where those downpipes are, and and where we're going to take the stormwater to.
Yes. Okay. Like here.
So you can have a look. There's some precedent to have a look at.
The example from.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see. Have a look at, say, Grant Chapman's that example where you can see there's the roof. There's the gutter. There's the downpipe, and then from that downpipe, he's dotted in that line. It goes all the way down there, and then it goes out, and he goes, PVC pipe. PVC.
Yeah, I just realized I just realized that's the gutter at the edge of the roof. Okay.
Yes, that's the gutter, and that's the downpipe.
The downpipe, yeah, DP downpipe. Okay. I will learn from what he drew because I just a bit misunderstood. Yeah, now I clear to understand. Yes, but what else I can say? This is the dimension of the
now
of the.
Let's go. Yeah, so I'm just gonna. So do you want to show show your screen?
Oh, just missed it. Sorry. Okay, is it?
No, sorry. I can. Yeah, I can just see your icon. I can't see the screen. Okay.
Yeah, this is the dimension of the seat back and the how wide the entry the car entry, and some of the here and some of the dimension of the side. How long is it? Where's the another one? It's missing. Okay. Let me just. get one of the. I have no idea why it's missing. Oh, I can do it later. Yes. Okay. Another one is the. Oh, sorry, the wrong one. Okay. All the dimensions. Hopefully it's not that messy because I just organized it, like the bigger one, and then separate some parts from here, and then to the specific ones. The toilet. So all the posts. I think the post is so awkward. I just trying to fix it.
Yeah, we might have to you might have to put that into the wall or something.
Yeah, I will fix it. Yeah, I think I just moved the roof. Move the post on the.
I mean, the post will have to go into that wall.
Yes. Oh, that's the problem. If I put into the wall, the door, because the door I designed like goes down and then put it into the middle, so the post may be.
So well, then maybe you just have the door sliding on the outside.
Like, oh yes, okay. So like here.
I'm just thinking the posts at the moment are in a difficult position. So I'd put the posts in the wall, put the posts in the So that's part of it. It is a stud wall. So.
Okay, put this post into the wall and then let the doors go out here. Okay.
Yep.
And this one as well. This one I think because the toilet, the how to say that thing joint. Put it in here. So the door will be goes in here, and this little will go a bit here. Let it just come here. Slide. You know what I mean. Just make a little gap so the doors can get.
Sure. But even then, I suspect the door. Yeah. Well, that's right. Yep. Yep.
What else I can show? The roof line. Sorry, I didn't write the word here, so I just so confusing. But about the roof line. So, the roof line like this. So all the roof light. So I'm not gonna show this in the final drawing. So it just looks like this. Make it clear, clean and clear. The courtyard, the dimensions. I'm not sure the dimension because all the numbers looks like it's very awkward. Like 02 and is that okay with that? If not 0 at the end or the 5 at the end.
So why did you make it? Why did you make it those dimensions?
Because I need to measure all of the room, the side of the side of the room, like how wide of the toilet is, how wide of the bathroom, and what.
Yeah, but then what? But why did you make it 2,402 millimeters? So why did you decide to make it 2 millimeters extra rather than just say 2,400?
This is hard to explain because sometimes I just move to adjust too much time, and then the number just change a lot. So I think I can fix all the number.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just because sometimes you say, oh, the toilet is too small, or the bathroom is not big enough for the disability people. I just drop it, like draw all the wall down, so the number looks like this. So I can fix the.
Yeah. But I suppose it's just a matter then of how do we adjust that. So so you just gotta maybe. So this is in Revit. Yeah.
Yes.
Then maybe we just need some guidelines, and we need to offset some lines so that we work out what those dimensions are.
Okay. Yeah, I will fix it. Those numbers.
Okay.
Those numbers. What else I can show you? Because the this one. You can see the retaining wall.
Yeah.
This is
And we can see what. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So what happens at that? Again, same issue. Where the floor meets the ground? What happens at the end? Do we have a retaining wall at that edge?
You mean this one? Here.
That meets the road? No, the other end. Other end.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh,
you mean the red? There? Yeah. What?
This area, I think, is relating with this area because I'm not cutting that corner.
No, yeah. But that section shows a that is showing it's a vertical wall between the driveway and the height of the ground line.
Yes.
Looks like there's a wall. It's about half a meter high.
Is it half a meter? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, almost